Hello, everybody. We're a little bit early. I'm just going to start it a little bit early. How is everybody doing this evening? Today was a strange day weather-wise in Ireland. It was like glorious this morning. Like me and my daughter went out for a walk. I got up to go at like 7:10, but by the time I got her ready and gave her breakfast and stuff like that, it was at least 8:20, I think. And then, so it was lovely up till about like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and then it like lashed rain, thunder and lightning, and it's still quite muggy or humid. It's warm. So if the fan is bothering you, just let me know. I mean more from an audio sense. If it's just there in the background, then I can put up with that. But yeah. So so I said I'd start a tiny bit early because we were talking about in the Discord about a notification, like something to do notifications for when people go live. And I looked into it a tiny bit, and there is APIs around it, and it looks like it might be possible. So when I was looking into it, I was actually looking into it from building a live chat bot perspective, where, like, say I did something like I switched scenes and I didn't have my microphone on, or if I'm out of focus or whatever, like, as in I'm not showing you what you think I should, like maybe moderators could like say a keyword like attention or something, and it would like flash a light in the room, or or maybe like you can control that fan by doing something like just !fan or something. It's more of a Twitch type thing, but I don't see why you couldn't do it with YouTube. Now, when I was looking at it, it needed you needed to integrate with like 3 different APIs to do it. Kind of weirdly, you had to make one request to get whether the person was live or something, and that would return you like a video ID or something, and then you had to use that video ID to get like the chat instance ID, and then you had to make requests against the chat instance ID. But you'd only have to do those first 2 things once, like as in to figure out whether they're live or not. Yasir, why don't I stream on Twitch also? So I used to, a little trip down memory lane. So I streamed on both using Restream.io, and after a couple of months, I got offered like Twitch affiliate, which isn't a huge deal really, but it was at the same time that YouTube demonetized another video of mine. And like, if you've seen my videos, they're as wholesome as they can be. Most of the time, I'm not even in them. So like, it can't be me wearing anything like inappropriate or anything. And I was just like, do I want to put all my eggs in YouTube's basket, basically? And then I was, so at that time, Twitch offered me affiliate, which is just the ability to make money on Twitch, basically. It's like enabling monetization on YouTube. And so I said I'd take that chance. And then the problem with that was that Twitch don't allow you to stream on both. So that was kind of the end of streaming on both. So I just streamed on Twitch for pretty much a year. Not last year, the year before that. And grab me an ice cream too, Dave, please. And yeah, then I stopped streaming for like, I want to say personal reasons, but that makes it sound like something like bad happened. Like my daughter was born and I was just too busy. Um, I haven't dropped any frames, Adam, so I don't know if it's you or me. Um, oh, Magnum. That sounds really good. Yeah, so I stopped and then I have gotten back into it in the last few weeks. So I'm still technically Twitch affiliated. So I can't stream on both at the moment, but I'm not sure if I'd be bothered anyways because I think the ultra low latency stream on YouTube where like I see your chats immediately basically rather than your chats referring to something I said 10 seconds ago. I think that's worth more than streaming on Twitch too. And I think like one of the problems I had when I did stream on Twitch was I was a YouTuber streaming on Twitch, and I don't mean that in a gatekeeping way, like as in, hey, get that YouTuber out of here. I just wasn't involved in the Twitch community. Like I didn't know how to, like as in, like I go look at some other people's Twitch like shows, and they were just so much better than what I was doing from a Twitch perspective. So like my Twitch streams were pretty much no different than this stream, right? And that's fine. Like it's a once a thing, you know, and that's fine. We try to do something and get to the end of it. But like, say if you look at someone like O'Bother streams on Twitch doing kind of similar stuff, electronics and things. But like, you know, when people subscribe to him, like literally his stream stops. It goes, looks over at a wall somewhere else, and like he has a laser mounted on like a CNC machine, I guess. I don't know if that's technically correct. But like he's a laser and he'll burn the person's name who subscribed into like a wooden panel on his wall. And it's just like, you know, that's super cool. And like, could I do something like that? Maybe not the laser part, but like as an integrate into the Twitch stuff. Yeah, of course I could. But I just was never there. And also they had a requirement of that you should stream like was it 7 times a month or something, which was twice a week basically. And I couldn't really ever commit to that. Like as in I could stream on a Monday and then I was also trying to stream on Saturday mornings, and that just wasn't going to happen. So that's where we were with that. I absolutely love ice creams, so I hate all of you, literally all of you. So I'm just throwing that out there. Yeah, I could pen plotter the whiteboard, I guess. But and maybe we'll bring stuff like that into YouTube. Like I am almost certainly not going to get like channel sponsors or channel members. Is that what it's called? Anytime soon. But like you could integrate with that into the library or whatever, where like when you're streaming and somebody adds themselves to be a member or whatever. Or maybe we automatically like write up GitHub sponsors' names or things like that. So I am not going to put a shock collar on. Sil, are you Sil? It was Sil Russell or something before, wasn't it? Did you change your name? I'm going to assume it's the same Sil because you know who O'Bother is. But yeah, so like Sil, you're into Twitch. Like my streams were exactly like this, and they're kind of boring from a Twitch perspective. Like they're fine, you know. Like not to review my own stuff. They're you know what you're getting from me. It's this, but it's not overly entertaining. It's whatever you want from it. But I'm not the most charismatic person or anything, so yeah. But that's fine. So I kind of cheated on you a little bit. I did a tiny bit of work on the Spotify library without you, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart. Wrong thing. Screen share plus me. and desk, I guess. Screen share plus, yeah, here we go. I didn't even write that, Sil. Somebody else did. I just took it. I didn't take it. I was very clear that it was somebody else's. What's illegal? Oh, that I worked on it without you. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not going to hide anything because I don't care. So basically, where we left off the last time, right, so we've got a Spotify API library. It's not for listening to Spotify, it's for controlling Spotify. And we have a couple of endpoints implemented. So that's cool. The part that we're missing is that to make that endpoint work, I'm taking API keys from their demo site, and they only last 15 20 minutes. I maybe didn't even push it, Mark. Maybe I didn't. I thought I pushed it. I think I did. Maybe I didn't. Adam, it hid your thing, but somebody else, another moderator, handled it. I guess it doesn't like third, but that is how we pronounce first, second, third. Yeah. So we got to the point where we need to look after the getting the OAuth token. So what we did at the end of the last stream was we got the OAuth token, but we were printing it to screen, and it looks, what we kind of figured out at the end of the last stream is you either use this, this is not an OAuth token that we're after getting back. This is a code, and we'll go back, we'll find the documentation that we had before to find the flow of this. And you use this code to get yourself a key. And that key is what you use to hit the APIs. And what else comes back when you get that auth token is a refresh token. And the refresh token replaces this code. So the next time you go to get an access key, you could, the next time you get an access key, instead of using the code that we got here, we use the refresh token. So the refresh token and the code are interchangeable. And to get the code, you need to be running a web server. So the flow is you generate the user a link that they click on, and that brings them to Spotify's page, and it gives out a list of here are the permissions that this application wants to get from your account, and they accept or reject it or whatever. And when you accept it, it redirects back to the web server, which would be the ESP in our case. But I don't think it's a good idea to have as a requirement of the library that you're constantly running a web server. When it's part of the flow that you only need to do once right at the start, I think it should be an example, right? And the example should write to somewhere permanent, permanent. I can't remember the correct term for that, but EEPROM or file storage, persistent. It should write to somewhere persistent, and every time you get a new refresh token, it should overwrite it. So now you're constantly using the correct token. So whenever you need to refresh your access token, you just go to that persistent storage place and pull out whatever the most recent code or refresh token. Yeah, so non-volatile memory. So yeah, do you not use volatile as well when you're in an interrupt? Right, miss? Yeah, but basically if you didn't put it somewhere like that, when you reset your code or power goes off or whatever, then that code, that token would be gone. So yeah. Yes. Okay. So what I did was, because I didn't, and I'm kind of glad I did it on my own, to be honest. What I did was what was happening on the last stream is we were displaying that to screen, and I implemented file storage, the FS. So previously you might have known this as SPIFs or SPI file storage or whatever it is, file system, I guess. But it's changed now in the more recent Arduino. It's funny, so my stream is at 1080, but the monitor that I'm streaming from is a 1440p monitor, and it doesn't see my mouse when it turns into the icon that indicates that you can start typing. So I'm often like pointing at stuff and you can't see it. So I need to figure that out. I'm sure I could just make it bigger or something. I think it's only a pixel wide or something, and it's just not happening. Yeah, so little FS is the new way. It is, you can literally drop, like if you have a thing up the top which is like import spiffs. If you take out import spiffs and you put in, there's my stuff. If you take out import spiffs and you put in little FS instead, it works fine. That, like, it's a complete replacement. So yeah, bringing in little FS, doing a begin. Spiffs was the previous. It was a way of writing to the file system of the ESP, Andy, and it was persistent across resets. So if you're more used to working with like nanos or unos, you might have put this type of stuff in EEPROM. But it's a little bit more flexible than EEPROM because you can store files on it, including like JSON or something. Yeah, so little FS isn't on the ESP32. But like you would have to have a different example anyways for the ESP32 because of like the ESP8266 web server. So I'll have to do two examples anyways, so it's not the end of the world. I have never tried to boot my ESP32 from an SD card. No, I did not. Spliffs. Oh, spliffs. Yeah, we're rocking an ESP. I'm still like I had this flow chart of what I use for my projects, and it's like an ESP8266 unless I need something else, and I'm still on that mantra. I get a lot of comments on videos and stuff about like, why don't you use the ESP32? It's better. And it's kind of like, well, yes, it's more powerful, but like in the context of this project, how is it better? Like, what would it do? Like, people go, oh, it has more pins. And I'd be like, well, I'm using 2 pins, so I don't need 40 extra pins, and like, the other thing as well for like developing a library kind of a thing, like you'll hit some nuances between the two, but like if you develop a library that works pretty reliably on the ESP8266, like this kind of a library, a web API one, you can be pretty sure it's going to work pretty well on the ESP32 because that's more powerful and has more memory and stuff. So if you work on the lesser of the two, you'll nearly automatically get the other one. So less is more. So I'm just happy to use it. I'm also just very familiar with the D1 Mini now. Like, as in, like, I know what pins to use for stuff and what I shouldn't use, and I still don't know that about the ESP32, So, yeah. And, they're cheap. They're $2 or whatever for a board, and like, I like it. it's fine by me. Yeah. Okay, so that's where we are. I actually have already saved a code to my file storage on my ESP, but I'm going to make a change at the moment because I have this scope of user read private, user read email, and that was just a random one I took from the Spotify example. What I want to do is make sure I have the correct make sure I have the correct scopes. So like this is like the permissions when you install an app on your phone that like is in the camera app needs access to the camera and the file system so it can save the pictures to there. So it's the same kind of thing. Like if you say, hey, I'm an app that, lets you shuffle your music, but then all of a sudden it's trying to change your like personal details, that's a big red flag. Hello, Samuel from France. Welcome to the stream. 2 daughters. Yes, that would be a high price to pay. Okay, so let's go to my docs. Where were they? Spotify. Yeah, maybe we'll find out what did I implement again? that might be a big starting point. Okay, so I hate this homepage that GitHub give you. I just want to get to this page nearly all the time. See this lovely face. Yeah, he's got a nicer color to him, that's for sure. I think it's just a better camera or something. There's also a big white light there. Yeah, so the Spotify API. What have we implemented so far? We have next, previous, and seek, and currently playing track. Okay. So we need to go to the docs. It's part of the web API, I think. Yeah, I think this is it. It'd be part of the player. That's not. Get information about the user's current playback. Is this it? Yeah, market, additional types, the authorization. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So this is one of it. So they need the user read playback state. Let's make that a little bit bigger. User read playback state. So what I might do is, as unfun as it will be, it might be worth like editing the README to add that like information into a table. Because I don't want to have to go looking for it again. Right down. And maybe if people want it to go a little bit faster, I'm kind of blackmailing you now. So the other one that we currently support is next, previous, and seek. Maybe if people found out what they were, maybe it's the same one. I do have pretty blue eyes. That is something. That is true. I do have fairly blue eyes. The other thing that I have is quite long eyelashes. That won't come across on screen, but it's true. I have quite long eyelashes for a guy. You won't be able to see it, but just trust me, they're magnificent. Not really. Well, not the magnificent part. I do have long eyelashes though. Okay, so GitHub Markdown cheat sheet. I've looked at this thing by Adam P about a bazillion times in my life, and I will continue to look at it. So thank you, Adam P, whoever you are. Um, Dune. Yeah, I don't know if they're that blue. No, I'm not. What's your man, Killian, is it Farrell? No, it's not Killian. The guy from Peaky Blinders. Um, I wouldn't rival him, no, but they're pretty blue. What is this thing called? It's called scopes. Okay, so we'll do endpoint required scope, and we'll do the formatted, because it will need to be like the minus encoded, HTML encoded or whatever it is. So yeah, we'll just allow them to just copy. Cillian Murphy is exactly who I meant. Yeah, the guy from Batman. Like, he has incredible eyes, in fairness to the guy. Yes, that is exactly who I meant. So thank you. Okay, so what did I say this was? So the endpoint was player get current track. Well, maybe I won't call it endpoint, I'll call it feature. Get current track. And what was it? Here. User read playback state. Like, you'd have to imagine that there's going to be a different one for the other ones. So user read playback state, and if I throw that into HTML encoder, is that what it's a URI encoder, isn't it? URL encode. Can I say do not accept? Sure. No. It is encode, isn't it? No Blackadder fans. I didn't, Andy. Are they bluer than the famous blue stone of... I don't recognize that, no. I did change the color of my webcam recently in terms of like the white balance, because I looked ill. This is a more natural color for me. My eyes, I don't know if they're always this blue because of the light there, but they're pretty blue. Is it not in code? It is in code, isn't it? Somebody help me in the chat. I'm so scared. Like, if we look at like the... Oh, no, it is. Okay, the minus sign stay, that thing, %20 is an and, right? An and symbol. So, okay, I don't need to have the encoded thing at the end. Just a note to say, put a %20 between these. Emma says, I have a fan. That one? Or, like, there's 50 people watching. Does that mean I have 50 fans? %20 is a space. Thank you, Gavin. My URI encoding, decoding skills have seen better days by the looks of things. Okay, so I don't need this formatted one, so I don't need this. I won't need this. So URI playback put %20 between the ones you need. I've never just here for the possibility to ban people. The power has gone to his head. I'm never too bothered about the, like, look, I enjoy getting likes as much as anybody, I'm sure, but like, you know, people will do what they want to do. Like, it's the same reason I don't ask people to subscribe on YouTube videos. It's kind of like, people will do what they want to do. People know how YouTube works already, so I don't know if me saying that will have any impact on it. I just kind of feel like people will do whatever. So 13,000 subs. I'd say if it hasn't already happened today, it'll happen tomorrow. But Unexpected Maker is about to pass me out. I still remember when he was a little whippersnapper. They grow up so fast. Who shall moderate the moderators? Nobody. You banned Bitlooney. He probably deserved it. Okay, set volume. That is something I do want to do as well. So I bet there's like a player's control, user modify playback state. I'd imagine that covers nearly all of them. Volume. This channel is changing. Oh. Describe himself having amazing eyes or long eyelashes. Yeah, that's what you get on these Monday streams. You might get some information about some power delivery IC chips, or you might get some information about my eyes and my long eyelashes. Yeah. Yeah, he was definitely, it's just a sparkle. I can't remember when we connected. I'd remember the time more than I'd remember like our sizes. So I don't know. My nails aren't great. I'm not gonna lie, and I might discuss some of you, but I do have a bit of a habit of biting my nails, so they're not great. So I do have nail varnish here though. I bought it literally to like, yeah, I think Great Scott did a video about like waterproofing a PCB or something or weatherproofing a PCB with clear nail varnish. So that's what I did. My beard, so I actually quite like my beard now, but my mustache is wrecking my head. It's just too long. I hate this. Don't like it. I think anytime it goes on top of my lips, don't like it. I wasn't there, Dave. That wasn't me. Use a Dremel to grind down your nails. Look, needs muscle. You do what you gotta do. Okay, user. What else am I doing? I'm previous and seek and next. Like, they've gotta be the same. User, seek to position and current track. It's gotta be modify. Yeah, exactly, Gavin. That's why I got it. I bought it years ago. I still don't have it. I still haven't used it. I'm a little bit worried about the fact that this page isn't loading. That doesn't bode well. Okay, loaded. User modify playback state. Like, the rest of them have to be that, right? Get current track. That has to be part of get current track. Yeah. Look, player controls, user modify playback state. Current playing song info. There, done. We did it, guys. We solved it. Look, Dremel is like a Dremel with a file attachment is a file. It's a motorized file. So what else are you gonna do? Kind of an interesting one for you. These are little plastic screws. My daughter got them as part of like a tool bench set. But we were doing some DIY over the weekend, and she wanted to help. And I remembered that we had like, so I would use a cordless drill to be a screw gun almost all the time. And anything that I didn't want to use that for, I would just use a screwdriver. But for some reason, I have like a battery powered screwdriver, like one of those like 4-volt ones, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't see the point of them. Like, okay, they can be kind of cheap, but like, I would prefer a decent set of screwdrivers over one of these. I don't mean to gatekeep. If you like them, that's cool. I just don't see the point of them. But I was thinking, hey, wouldn't my daughter like these or like this? And she does. She loves it. She has her own drill now. She's 3 years old, and I've put the biggest, fattest flat tip on it, and it does actually work with these. And I found these on my desk today, so it's very cute. Like, we don't share pictures of the kids online. There's some stuff like that where in ways I'd like to, but I don't want to like monetize it, or so I'm happy to keep it to ourselves. But yes, very cute. Okay, so we got this. So let's make user read playback state one in here. User read playback state, and what was the other one? Oops. User modify playback state. Wrong thing. User modify playback state. Okay. I can save that. Get rid of that. Yeah, it's not particularly strong. Aaron, like, it's there isn't much torque to it. Like, it would really struggle to screw into wood. Like, as in, it's just for being a screwdriver in terms of like putting a flat pack together or something. Yeah. Okay, so let's try this out. Yeah, so like, it's a B&Q one. Shout out to B&Q. You'll know it's not sponsored when I say it's kind of crap. Anyways, so I don't know. Like, there is a little bit of a kick to it. She's not allowed to use it without us being there, but like, it's I don't see there being a problem with it. But I have thought about maybe like opening it up and putting like a limiter on it even more, but I don't know. It's fine. You find that sad? I'd find that amazing. Still. Like, I really like to let her do literally whatever she wants. Like, she's pretty princessy and stuff, but then she's into like fixing things, and like she's interested in like lights and LEDs and stuff. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting combination. But like, yeah, definitely I'm proud of her. She's super happy doing her little drilling. That's okay. I'll take it. I'll take from whoever wants to teach me. Could you use the Flexi Friend to charge mine? Thinking about. Oh, yours is 9 volt. Mine's only 3.6 volts or something. You could use a Flexi Friend if it doesn't support 12 volts. or 15 volts. Yeah, I did a little bit more looking around on ICs for the Flexi Friend. I'm still not 100% sure what like the IP272 works. It works well other than these situations where like what is gonna happen when what's gonna happen when it blows up one. Arduino .local, is that working? Pretty sure that's what it is in the code. Yeah, it's Arduino. Yeah, so Spotify auth. This is probably gonna go straight into showing the key, so I'm gonna move it off to the other side. Because I've already, well, actually it's new permissions now, so yes, there must be something wrong with Spotify. It seems a little bit slow. Yeah, so it brings you to this page, which is, you know, do you agree that it should be able to view your account data, view your activity on Spotify? That doesn't seem like what I put down, but whatever. Seems fine. It doesn't look like they can make changes to my account. And I know this is me, but like, if anybody got access to this, they would also have the same stuff. So we'll just agree. And yeah, I'll just edit this page. View, inspect element, body. What's going on here? I don't. What is going on here? That's styles. I want to see the actual code. Alright, sure. Alright. So I just modified the page to cut out half the code. But it's up the top. Oops. Maybe I'll just reload that page again and get a new code. Although it doesn't really matter because you don't have my private thing. But yeah, so code written to FS. So that's written to file storage. So now that would be available for us to do the next step, which would be to authorize. Yeah, so let me just go off screen here and request that again. Yeah, so in some ways we're kind of lucky about how they handle the callbacks, because some places insist the callback URL is public. So like I was looking at the Slack API. Hello Spectre, how's it going? I was looking at the Slack API, and that insists that it's public. Now you can get around it using some software that I installed recently. What is it called? ngrok. Like that, just it's a tunnel service. And that does work, and you could run it on your PC. It gives you like a public-facing IP address, and you could forward requests to your ESP. But like that's a disaster. Hey Yusuf. Yeah. So the main reason I use the Arduino IDE over Platform IO, is that, like, say, like, I'm assuming now, but if you're asking this question, you prefer Platform IO, and that's fair, very fair, because I probably prefer it too, but like, so you will be able to translate anything I do on the Arduino IDE into Platform IO for you, no problem. But the people who use the Arduino IDE, so it'll be a wide range of people, from like people who are very familiar with coding to people who aren't very familiar with coding. And I feel like if I did stuff in Platform IO, it would be hard for them to translate back to Arduino IDE. I think anybody who's using Platform IO can follow along what I'm doing with the Arduino IDE, and I don't think that would be the same if I use Platform IO. There's some things that I think are crazy that aren't part of the Arduino IDE in terms of like the biggest thing for me. So the autofilling thing, that's gonna come in a future version. But like one thing that like really gets my goat a little bit, and like I can't complain about the Arduino IDE too. I think it does a lot of things really well. It's simplified something that was traditionally quite difficult to do, like embedded development. Like just the fact, like I had to program like a project earlier today that was like, it's written for an Arduino Nano, and like when you open that sketchbook, like it's nuts to me that I have to go to the board selection, select, you know, my Nano, select the bootloader type, select the blah 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 blah. You know, it's just like, this project will never not be on this configuration. Why do every time I swap between projects, I have to like rechange what I'm doing? And I really like that about Platform IO. I also really like how you can have it, you know, the libraries are specific to the project that you pull in, right? So like if you had one library that required Arduino, if you had one project that required Arduino JSON version 5, like you can point to version 5 on GitHub or anywhere with Platform IO, and if you have another one that needs version 6, you can blah blah blah. Yeah, it's in the alpha version, I'm pretty sure, isn't it? I haven't used the alpha version. Johnny, you did, didn't you? Or you know a little bit more about it than I do. Okay. So we got our code. It's saved in file fs under the file Spotify auth. So /Spotify auth. Yeah, like, hello James, how's it going? Like I really like the VS. Like you'll see when I'm working on the actual libraries, I swap over to VS Code, and I have Platform IO installed. Like I do really like Platform IO. I just, you know, as I explained my reasons for it. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna need to probably make some changes to this, or maybe we don't. So that auth token, is the auth token? Yeah, the auth token is the thing I just got there, or the code, or the refresh token, I think is what I'm calling that. So yeah, for the constructor, do I want to pass in the auth token? I suppose you do the constructor, and then like in the setup or whatever, you might just make sure you can get a valid token, or yeah. Yeah, I haven't really used the IDF almost at all. I haven't found anything that I can't do in the Arduino IDE, so I'm fine with using the Arduino IDE. I know there'll be some people who scoff at the Arduino IDE, and that's fair if they'd like to, but I don't know. I don't think it actually gets enough credit for what it does, and maybe people think that it shouldn't do that in terms of like introducing this type of coding to way more people, but I don't know. Okay, so we have this. but we need to implement a get bearer token, I guess. Atom as the text. I used to use Atom once upon a time. Up an Atom. Yeah, bool refresh auth, I guess, is something that we need. We need to provide, another thing that we need to do here is, so I like to keep my libraries completely agnostic of any platform. So like what I want to do now is when you refresh your auth token, you're going to get a refresh token, and I want to save that to file storage or EEPROM or wherever. So what I want the user, so like if I wanted to do that within the library, like I would need to have something ESP8266 specific in the library. Like I'd have to add little fs, and then that won't work on the ESP32. So you could manage that with hash defines if you wanted. Like, so if I'm running on an ESP32, do this, and if I'm running on an ESP8266, do this. But even though I don't think it's used all that much, I want it to be completely agnostic of even ESPs. So, for example, like last year, Arduino brought out their Nano IoT, and without changing anything, my libraries should work with the Nano IoT, because the only thing that like my libraries take is a client that supports HTTPS. That's its only requirement. Like, and then Arduino JSON or whatever. So, like, if somebody comes out with an ESP64 or whatever, like or somebody else makes a Wi-Fi enabled board, I'm just like, cool, bring it on. Like, for example, at one stage, there was a module, I think it was like the SIM800, that was a GPRS module, or a 2 or 3G module, I can't remember. But there was a library called Tiny GSM that wrapped I think it must have been like AT commands or something for that module, and turned it into a client that supported HTTPS. And like, without me ever having tried it before, the person who asked, hey, does this work? I was like, well, if you try this Tiny GSM, maybe it does. It did. So I like that, even if it doesn't happen much. So I think I need to add a callback where the user passes in a reference to a method that they have up on their level, right? So we'll have that as part of the example, where it's like, here is a method that, however you want to store the key, whether you want to put it in EEPROM, or you want to put it in SPIFs, or you want to put it on the moon, I don't care. You just do whatever you need to do to store it persistently, and we'll pass it back to you when we need to. And then we also need one for reading it, right? So we'll have a save refresh token and a read auth token, I guess. Yeah, so I guess I don't really need to pass in this char auth token at all. So yeah, that's where we are. I'm not going to pass in the auth token. I will maybe put it in as part of the constructor. I need to remember how to do this. I forget. I have it on the Telegram library for sure, because I added support for like images universal, and again, I didn't want there to be anything ESP specific on it. So the same kind of thing. Like, I wrote the original image code for an ESP8266, and then people were able to take it and put it on they're able to put it on other, like, you know, I was reading the file from an SD card, but somebody else then replaced it with, it was being fed from a camera now. So yeah, whether it's right or wrong, that's what I did. Yeah, so here's this callback. Let's get next byte callback, which is this thing, which is a type def bool star blah blah blah. So let's do these. Would you add it as part of the constructor? It's kind of required, right? So why wouldn't you? Anyone have any opinion on that? They just have to add it some other time, so why not add it as part of the constructor? Yeah, no, yeah, maybe. Oops, where is it? Between Spotify, so I guess it goes up here somewhere. What would I call this? Save refresh token. Read. I'll just call it refresh token. Byte, yes. Now, what's this going to return? I guess it would be a char star thing, right? Is that right? And it would return a bool for save, like as in, hey, I saved successfully? Maybe? I don't know. Provide default callbacks implementation using if-defs. What do you mean by that? Like, if I don't know what they're running on, then I can't provide a default one, right? Still thinking about opinions. I'm not questioning in terms of like, what do you mean? That's not how you do it. I don't know. I'm asking you. How do I? It's just okay. Let's do read first, I suppose. Read refresh token. Read token. Save token. Yeah, but like Spiffs works on the ESP8266 and the ESP32, but like the Nano IoT has nothing to do with that, right? Like as in, I will provide examples of how to implement it using little FS on the ESP and Spiffs on the ESP32, but you know, it to me that should be user code, not library code. Like maybe the user doesn't want to save it anywhere persistent. Like maybe they just expect their thing to run forever, and who knows? Maybe they're right. But yeah, that's then they could just save it as a global variable, I guess. I don't know. I guess I need to say I already have an auth token here. All right, so that's fine. Your Arduino key, what board are you using, Johnny? Or what chip, I guess, would be the more technically correct thing to say there. I suppose I need to probably save references to these callbacks, right? Because they will get used at like different times. I don't know if what I'm doing is right here. I've never used a SAMD, so I'm not used to. Yeah, sorry, I'm not used to on that one. Okay, so that's that. I guess we need to implement this now. So let me grab this thing, because I think that's new. Okay, so we've gotten rid of auth token. Oops, I have a mistake here. Client ID. Save refresh token. Save refresh. Thank you. Oops. Thank you, Johnny. Okay, so save. Actually, may as well keep it in the same order that it is here. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I'm happy to be told it's not. There's two Johnnies, and Christensen sounds like could be. It's probably, is it Danish? Yeah, what a guess. To be honest, it just sounded like, you know, a footballer from Denmark or somewhere. So that is how I base all my knowledge of any country. Realistically, I've never been to Denmark. I'd like to go there though sometime. But I can't see myself traveling anytime too soon. I don't know. Like, I was due to go to Berlin and Belgrade, and I'm not too worried about things anymore. But even just from a financial point of view, we're not in. Well, like, we're fine. But like, with just buying a house, we do not have a lot of spare money floating around. Hello, Sion. You came just at a really awkward part that I was talking about. I don't know why. Have you passed me out yet, Sion? I was just telling everybody how you were going to this week. How many subs do you have? I need to know. I need to know the moment that you break my heart. Lack of disposable cash. That is the correct way of referencing it. I also... I'm spending all my money on flexible TS100 things. And pre-made USB-C power delivery converters. When I ordered these, I wasn't sure what I was going to do with the FlexiFriend project, and since I ordered these, I've designed one board, got it here, built it, and did another one, and reordered that one. So yeah, how times have changed. I got my order from MakerFabs today. Pretty good, I have to say. So I've sorted through like about 215 of them or so. 5 are upside down. or 4 are upside down. I know there's going to be a 5th one because I have also soldered them upside down once before as well. And like you break up, you make them in panels of like 5 by 4, and so you break them into 4 5s, and that's how you solve. Well, that's how I do it. I presume they do the same. So if you soldered one upside down, I presume you've soldered 5 upside down, because that's how you soldered it. And then there's a few that are fine, but they just didn't pass my QA in terms of were a little bit crooked or whatever. And like my wife was like, "These are fine. You're being too picky." And I was kind of like they're fine if you paid $1 for them, but like I know they're not particularly expensive things, but like people are paying a premium for them. So as a percentage, like we're like 5% failure rate, I guess. Well, the upside down ones is like, I think there's 5 out of like 300 that are upside down. I've only found 4, but I presume there's a 5th one somewhere. So that's fine. I'll mention it to them, but yeah, like that's it. Like, isn't that, yeah. One of the bigger issues was I did ask for resealable bags, and I didn't get resealable bags. Like, I didn't pay for resealable bags. They said that it would just be included or whatever. But like the problem with that is I just had to cut open like 300 bags and dump them. You know, like because I heat shrink them here, or at least I am this time heat shrinking them here, and I test them here. Like, I need access to them. So yeah. To be honest, guys, there is like, I'm looking at the chat here, and I'm like, I would like to go to basically everywhere where you're from. Like I've never been to the Netherlands, as far as I know. I've never been to Sweden, never been to Denmark. While I have been to the UK, I'm not sure where you're from, John, so I don't know, but I definitely would like to. I wouldn't mind going to your boat during the summer or something. That'd be nice. But I've never been to Newcastle. Like, where have I been? I feel like I'm well traveled, but I'm not. This is terrible. Okay, so we have our refresh token. Oh, come on over to Ireland. We're great crack. Although don't come at the moment because we're pretty locked down. Yeah, okay, so we got our refresh tokens. So we need to do this refresh auth method, which returns what? A bool? Yeah, bool. You've never been to Ireland. So Ireland is quite an expensive place to travel in, as far as I know, because, well, I know that because anytime I go somewhere, like, doing things is cheaper, well, nearly everywhere. Like, eating out and stuff would be less expensive. Like, I don't drink, so I don't know, like, but as far as I know, drinking is cheaper everywhere other than Ireland. Like, yeah, you lived in the UK for a while, Unexpected Maker, didn't you? Well, if you've spent a few nights in Belfast, you've possibly spent more nights in Belfast than I have. I've stayed one night in Belfast, as far as I know. I've been to Belfast like less than 10 times, definitely. I don't know why. I'm sure it's like everything. Like, there's things in Ireland that I've never done. Like that, if you were coming over, I'd be like, oh, you have to do this. So, yeah. Well, it's the island of Ireland. He mentioned that he was in the south of Ireland, which is Ireland, right? Hello, Ray. We're just talking about Ireland. Have you been to the Giant's Causeway, Ray? I have. It was the wettest day ever. Like, I think almost literally it was the wettest day ever. I also, like, maybe it's just because I'm from, like, the middle of the country and I just don't really mind all that much or whatever. But, like, when people, like, some people get so bothered about, oh, that's Northern Ireland. And that, no, this, I'm from where, I'm kind of like, we're a country of, like, 6 million people, or sorry, 4 million or 5 million in the south of Ireland, and then the north has another like 2 or 1 or something like that. So we are an insignificant country in terms of population. Like, until people can tell me everything about Uruguay, I don't think we should be given out about people not knowing everything about Ireland. Like, it just, we're insignificant in terms of numbers. So, and it's a complicated situation. Like, as well, oh yeah, you're from the British Isles. And it's like, well, no, well, some people call it that, but no. Like, it's confusing. Like, so I don't blame people at all. Do I write automated tests for libraries? No. What I used to do, which was just a sanity check, but it wasn't like a unit test, I haven't done it in a while and I need to get back into it, was I wrote a script for what's that thing called, Travis, where it I wrote a script for Travis that would compile the examples. So all it would really do is just check that you don't have any like syntax errors, but which was something. Like, it definitely caught, like, it doesn't seem to be running anymore, but it was on a lot of my libraries, and, like, people would make pull requests, and it would fail, and I'd be like, yeah, that's not working, sorry. It used Platform IO, actually. No, it's all Ireland. No, Ray is very gung-ho on the Ireland thing. Yeah, like, people are. It's just not me. I don't care. It's the same way, like, people get bothered about, like, their name being pronounced wrong. I don't understand how anybody could pronounce my name right. It just doesn't make sense. Like, Belfast International. Yeah, that's a real Ryanair airport, for sure. Okay, so how do I use this then? Get next. So I just use it. Okay, cool. Okay. So I guess I would have to define it as a buffer. Would I? I'm having a bit of a moment here. So char auth token is I guess a pointer to a char array, and read refresh token is going to return a pointer to a char array. Is it? I don't know if that's the correct syntax. Like, I guess the read refresh token would do the memory management, right? Like, that would create the buffer, and is only read and delete pop here is only 5 mil, but we have not taken. Tiddly-eye, we're just here for a good time and to take over everything. Yeah, like I've said it before, like Ireland punches way above its weight in terms of like importance. Like, isn't the fact that people have heard of us is punching way above our weight. Yeah, there's like 5 million Irish. That's something like that. That's just the Republic of Ireland as well, or the bottom 26 counties. we're a neutral nation, so we probably won't be taking over anyone anytime soon. Okay, so refresh auth. Well, the first thing refresh auth is going to do is call read token, and it's going to put it into auth token. Is it underscore auth? What did I do? There, thank you. Then it's going to do something, and then it is going to save the token. I guess it could probably save even before it does anything. And then I'm also going to need to save the bearer token of whatever comes back here. Don't split the allocation, deallocation responsibility. I'm not gonna lie, Albert, I don't know what you mean. I'm not very good at C++. So, like, this read token is going to be a method defined by the user. So, I would imagine that what it returns would already be memory allocated. It would be a pointer to a character array, but like they would have had to create the memory that this array is pointing to. Does that sound right? It sounds right to me, but I don't know. So I'm just going to leave these placeholders for here while we figure out the do something part. Okay, so Albert is happy and he seems to know what he's talking about. And I don't mean that in any negative way. I mean, like, legitimately. So I'm happy for now. Okay, so I need to figure out the auth thing again. So was that here? I guess it's probably in a guide or something. Quick start, maybe? Authorization guide. Oh, look at this for a guide. So we do the login, gives us a redirect. Yeah, so that's the first part. We've already done that. So we want to do the authorization code flow. Returns access and refresh tokens. Yep. So this is the thing we need to do. So it's a get to this authorize with a ton of parameters. No, that we've already done that one. That was it? Oh, I'm missing a step. Am I? I thought I had already done this. Display request authorization, display scopes, login, authorize access, request access and refresh tokens. Yeah. Okay, so the call back. I've already gotten the code. So this was the... Yeah, I've already done this. This one's done. So then you have your application. So I need to do a post to API token. Is it? Have your application request, refresh, and access tokens. No, that's not what I need. Token type bearer. Grant type token. Oh, it is this one. It's this one. So I have my code. That is my... Okay, so that's different than a refresh. Okay, so maybe I probably still need to do what I'm doing here. But I think I also need to put in one for, like, doing a refresh in the first place. Or getting the code in the first place. So when you have the authorization, or when the authorization code has been received, you will exchange it with an access token by making a post request to the Spotify account service. This time it's an API token endpoint. This body of the post request must contain the following parameters encoded in application /x blah blah blah, as defined in the URL of spec. Okay. Expires in number of seconds. Interesting. So I guess you could add that to millis, and you would have hey, you can check even before you waste a request whether when I'm going to expire. Okay. So you have your application request, refresh, and access tokens, and you'll get back your access token, your refresh token, and then you can make things, and then you can do a refresh by just... Okay, so there's two separate ones. So there is a refresh token. When are you going to expire? Would you like to know when you're actually going to expire? I don't think I would. Just to take a dark turn with it. Okay, so there's a refresh token that we need to hold on to. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll keep that read token. Then I guess I'm going to need another one that is... a get token? Very soon. How do I do this now? Like, maybe I do the get token as part of the example. Like, I'm wondering, should, this get auth token, rather than stopping when you get the code, do you go as far as getting the actual token, like or maybe at least saving a refresh token to spiffs or little fs rather than this one? I don't know. Maybe. I don't feel like I have much skills at the moment, Aaron. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, what do I want to do? I'll need to expand make post request as well, but I actually made some changes to that for the Slack API that I can just pull in. Adding a body and a content type. I'll go back to this and we'll make post requests. Content type equals what's going on here? I have too many. I should just do something to get us going. I guess the easiest thing is to do convert code to auth token thing method. And you could just call that on startup. But then you don't actually know, like the way I was imagining it is that so the user would save their code to this Spotify auth file name on their little FS, and they'd pull back that code and they'd refresh based on that. And what you do with that code changes depending on what it is. So I think maybe by the time you finish with this INO, maybe you should be you should have your refresh token. Maybe that's what you save then, and then you don't need to worry about other stuff. Okay, whatever I need to do, I need to write a get token thing anyways. Yeah, I think you're probably right, Gavin. But I may as well make that part of this library, right? So I would just add a reference to this library to that example that I have. Get tokens. And I guess that wouldn't return an auth token anymore. That would actually return no, we can get it, we'll make it return the refresh token. So it's not a boolean, it's a... Yeah, but do you just do the save? Yeah, no, I'll just get it to return a char star. Char star. I don't know how to write that. I guess it must be that. Yeah. And this get auth token will take a char star code. Take the char star code. The char star code. Okay, but what constructor am I gonna call for this? I guess this one. If I swap these around, the read and the save, I could default the read to be like null, because I won't need the read one. So that might make sense to swap them around. I need to do it in my references or my header file. How did I manage that? Let's do it over here too. Can I let this equal null? Probably. Is that correct? My face is in the way. Can I do that? Probably, right? Yeah. Probably. Like, I'm not releasing this today anyway, so we can just do something and we will figure out where we go with it. Okay. So this will be called refresh token. And I guess we don't really need to read the refresh token if we already have one as well. Get auth token. So when you do the callback, actually, there's no point me waving my hands in the air. It's this. So this is the callback thing that you initiate. It displays the scopes and the person goes, yes, I accept that I'm logged in as this. And you will get back the code. And what I'm doing with this get auth token is this request here. So that will return you back your access and refresh tokens. So I should probably rename like my tokens to match this. But yeah. This is the one that will do. And then this one will be the refresh token. Refresh token. So yes, we'll save the auth token at the end of it. Okay, so what do we need to do, Mr. Spotify API documentation? So we do that, we then make this request. So it's a post to accounts.spotify.com API token, and then request body parameters. So I'll need to be able to pass in a header as well. Okay, that's fine. Authorization basic. I was already doing an authorization in it, wasn't I? Authorization bearer. Okay, so I need to pass this in as a parameter as well. Okay, so char, maybe not as the body. No, we'll do it as the body. Char star what do I want to do? Body command body and then char authorization authorization. Right, so if we now that has to get passed in every time, while a body doesn't have to be, which makes it weird. But anyways, because some of the requests are posts with no body. Now we could just pass in an empty string there, but yeah. Okay. I need to allow for a different content type. So previously, what we were using before had assumed content type was application JSON. That will not be the case anymore. So we can close that out. And we do client.print with our actual arrow thingy, print ln whatever content type is, and we'll default it to application JSON. We'll get rid of the print ln part of that. We will remove bearer token from here and replace that with authorization. So now whoever called make post request before, which is this guy, now needs to add in the bearer token. I guess I'll just add bearer to the word, or to this bearer token. And I just need to what am I after doing here? I added authorization in the middle. And content type, I want to default that to application JSON. Oops. Oops. Okay. So that gives me something. If they pass in their bearer token, I will just add the word bearer here, right? So char. What do I have to do here? Just want to create a buffer type situation. Temp bearer. I don't know, make this like 200. I don't know how long a bearer token is. Let's presume it's that. What does it need to be? It needs to be like bearer. Okay, bearer and then space and then whatever the actual code is. So is it sprintf? Is it sprintf? It's not sprintf. It is sprintf. Good for me. Temp bearer is this thing, bearer %s, %s, and then it takes bearer token. A ring bearer. Maybe. I don't know what that's about, the bearer part. Right, that covers me there. So now I can just use bearer token. Yeah, I think 200 should be okay. I don't think it's that long. Let me just take this off screen for a second. I have a Spotify, get currently playing. Oh, I've already marked it out. Dang. Spotify auth. No. Open recent, set custom status preference, get currently playing. No. It doesn't matter. I don't think it's that big. It's fine. We'll figure it out later. So normally I would trend, but I've already connected to the Spotify stuff, like the get and the posts have already worked for me previously. Now I know I'm changing it, but I'm happy to go back to Postman or something if it's not working. But I'm trying to work through how it will work. As in, I understand the flow of it, but I'm wondering how I'm going to handle it on the ESP now more than anything. And to reuse my post request method, I needed to make changes to allow it to change the content type and now the authorization, because it needs to set simple here or whatever it needs to do. Yeah. Okay, so back to Spotify authorization guide. So we're making a post request to this place. Token endpoint. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, so we've made it work using a dummy authorization key, sort of. If you go to temper is a local variable on the stack. You are storing a pointer to it in a member variable. Okay, so do I need to... How do I fix that, Gems? Do I make the member variable be do the allocation, or how does that work? And while figuring that out, I'm going to just keep going. So I copied that. Again, we'll probably move these at some stage, but not right now. Spotify token endpoint. Make the member variable a static string and sprintf directly into it. Okay, so if it's going to be a problem, I will just not do this part of it. Instead of char star name, make it char name 200. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So, let's do it. That sounds like a plan to me. $200. Okay, cool. I might need to do the same for other ones, but let's see how we get on. Okay, so I have my API endpoint here. What else did I need from that? It was... So we're making a post request with the following things as parameters. As form URLN coded. So this might actually be something that would be better to do in Postman, because what do these look like in a body? Well, maybe they have an example of it here, do they? Oh, that was the response. Like they have a curl example, but it's not exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah, sure, I don't even need to request the correct thing. Spotify auth. Right, do we still have the URL? No. It's not a get, it's a post. Get rid of that. Request parameters. Can I just add a curl command? Hardly. There is a code, but that shows you what is generated, not what is so I think body form Unicode. Okay, yeah, this will work. Grant type authorization code. It's not a capital, doesn't really matter. My face is in your way, sorry. Now let me look at what that looks like raw. Okay, I bulk edit. So are they just one after another? Code something. Okay, so it's just one after another, and then if I look at the code of that, they're ampersanded. Okay, so I just pass the body in as like another type of string almost. Okay, we can work with that. I think so. I started in the Slack one. I've a similar thing, the body, and I made it const char in the member variable. That might make more sense than the. But I don't know. Let's do it anyways. I probably don't need. Do I need it to be a string literal? Yeah, it's probably no harm. Set endpoint body. That's not what it is. This is get auth body. Request access token body. What am I calling this? I'm calling it get auth token. Right. Let's just get. Oops. What am I doing here? Get auth token body. It is. I'll just keep it in the string literal for now. 'Cause why wouldn't I? Do you put it in the semicolons like that? Or not the semicolons, the quotes? Probably. So grant type authorization code, and code is something, except it's now %s. And we'll do another ampersand. Oops, not there. Here. And that is what? Redirect URI. So that's another thing the user will have to pass in. I can default it. But I guess that's fine. Yeah, no, the user can just pass that in. It's fine. And redirect URI is equal to that. Except I need a %s. Okay. So we got our auth token body. Before I forget, I should probably whatever I'm doing here, get auth token char star code star redirect URL. Let's grab you. Let's put a definition for you here. Sure. Star. I don't know if that's right. I'll do for now. Okay. Alright, so we can start actually writing the code for it now. Okay, so I want to do char body. I don't know how big this needs to be. Just do 200. That's my favorite. And we will do sprint f body. What did I call this? I called it get auth token body. Maybe it needs to be more than 200. It took two things, which was code and redirect URL. Right, so that should give me my body for that request. The I have the endpoint. It's just this one, so I'll just bring that in now. So we're doing a make post request. That returns status code. It's not status code, is it? It's HTML code. Huh. I call it status code elsewhere, so I'll call it status code here too. Status code is equal to make post request. The command is just the endpoint. Spotify token endpoint. Authorization. That's different. That is base encoded client and secret, but it's this basic basic blah 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 blah. Can I do base 64 encoding? Surely I can. Base 64 encode Arduino. Ooh, you need an external library to do this? Maybe I will just tell the user to base 64 encode your client and secret before you pass it in here. I definitely don't want to bring another library in just to do this. How did I do it in my Twitter API? GitHub, Twitter, Twitter. Because this had bearer tokens. I got curl to do it for me. Interesting. I definitely don't want to bring in a library just for base 64 encoding. Yeah, this is the only use case. Like, as in, I need their client and secret. Base 64 encoded. But do you base 64 encode each one, or do you do it? You base 64 encode the client, comma, secret. Okay, so maybe that will change. Base 64 is easy. I don't know, base 64, maybe it's because I have it all one word. Like it looks, yeah. Let's worry about this again. We'll tell the user to pass in, for now, maybe we'll add it. Pass in your client and secret base 64 encoded. Excuse me. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I would prefer to just do it locally and get it working, and then, figure out if we're going to add that or not. Because there's no point adding it if it doesn't work. Like, as in, there's something else wrong. And it's so easy to just jump ahead and just encode it now locally. Okay, that's fine. Let's do that. So instead, client ID. Do I just want to replace let's just make another constructor. Why not? Char coded client ID secret. Now I need to save that somewhere, but maybe that's okay to do that. Hello Fabio, how's it going from Brazil? Thank you for joining and saying hi. Oops. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so we need to sort out the auth stuff. So char. Oops. Auth. My favorite length. The HTTP client is platform specific, so I don't want to use it. But maybe it's worth figuring out how they do the base encoding. But yeah. I don't want to use the client itself for that reason. So sprint going into auth. What is it? It's basic. As a basic, and then the encoded thing. Basic %s, and we'll pass in encoded client ID secret. Okay, so we should pass in auth. We should pass in body, and then we also want to pass in application blah 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 blah. What is it? Application URL and encoded. Right, that will get us the status code back. You haven't missed a whole lot. Floundering? You've definitely missed a bit of floundering. I think I need to change this to all be like this. Auth token. That auth token is going to be a refresh token, so I should really rename it, but I will. Yeah, I won't be writing the function from scratch. I'm the laziest person out there, so there's no way I'll write the function from scratch. That is off the table. um, okay, so if this works out, we should be able to go down here and I might move it. I don't like where it is. I would prefer if it was below the stuff here. So we have our status code, but I need to parse the JSON that came back from it, because I need to pluck some stuff out of it. Let's go to Arduino JSON assistant. Need to get what size it is. So this will come back with this, except it's going to be much longer than that. Just it expires fairly quick. It's only 3,600 seconds. It's always a little bit longer than I think it's going to be. 3,600 seconds divided by 60. So it's 60 minutes, so it's an hour. I suppose it's not terrible. Yeah, for basic HTTP authentication, you need to base 64 encode your client ID and secret ID as per here. This part. But we're just going to get the user to pass it in at the moment. Yeah. Okay, so this will return back all this stuff. It's going to be way longer than that. Maybe it won't. I don't know. This is the part I don't really like about Arduino JSON, and I guess there's nothing really they can do about it. But like, you know, if a string comes back or whatever, it could be any length, right? So I think I'll just make it like 1,000 and see where we go. There's an additional string for, yeah, I'm just gonna make it 1,000. Let's see what happens. Right. Okay, so I want to do some Arduino JSON stuff. Do I want to copy all of this stuff? Probably not. I do need a buffer size though. Yeah, so it'll come back as a 200. So let's do that stuff. So I don't really need status code. I need to make, this is pointless. If make post request. Oh, actually, I will leave it as status code because it's easier to read. If status code is equal to 200. Okay, we're good. We're going to do some Arduino JSON-y stuff to it. Buffer size, I'm just going to use 1,000. I am going to do go back to my Arduino JSON assistant. So the access token is equal to that. But I'm calling that like my bearer token. So I guess I'd be using this thing again. Like this exact command, actually. Sprintf bearer token %s, and then doc access token. I normally like to add in the as jar. I've never done this before, so I have no idea if it'll work. "25 microseconds to 48,000 microseconds. That's a difference. Yeah. And then the refresh token is what I'm currently calling the auth token. I will rename that. That would be auth token is equal to this. Yeah, we'll probably handle the scope and expires and stuff again, but if I could get this part working, I would be happy. Yeah, I guess I'm not even too worried about this saving the auth token at the moment. Yeah, I can just get rid of that for the minute. Yeah, we'll see how this goes, because if this part works to get auth token, it would put us in a position to make other requests and just prove that it's working. I guess I should, maybe I'll serial print the expires in. Serial dot print expires in yeah. Okay. I've made a lot of scrappy changes here. I'm not I'm not overly convinced this will work. But I guess we have to start somewhere. Okay, so I need to get my encoded client ID secret because I need to initialize the library. Okay, well, let's copy it into my Arduino folder. So this is my libraries folder for this version of Arduino that I use. So it's the Spotify API. So I'm just going to copy this URL. Maybe I'll go all the way to the source one, actually. No, I won't. I'll stay here. Right, and then I'm going to open a terminal on this. I'm going to cp source star to that / source. Okay, cool. Right, so if I go back to my which one is the one I'm using? Spotify auths. This seems to have something in it. Right, so this at the moment will get a code back, but we now need to take that code and pass it into I also need to probably, do I pass a non-URI encoded one for this? The callback URI? It should be fine to pass in exactly what it is. Yeah, so instead of saving that code, I want to use it somewhere else. Right, so code is a string here, so I want to handle callback, blah, 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 blah. Like, I guess I may as well get to a stage where I just in here try to, I don't really need to write it to code. Yeah, I'm just thinking, so in here I try, like, do my authorization and get the song I'm currently playing on Spotify and write that back to the web page. That would be a good test to prove that we're a lot of the way there. So I will need to go off screen to do the encoded part, but I'm just going to put in a placeholder for now so we can write the code and make sure that it works. Okay. Encoded ID and secret. Foo or whatever. So let's get on to the other stuff. So I need to actually bring in a reference to this library, which I don't have at the moment. So let's go to examples, Spotify API, get currently playing. Did that open anywhere? Well, there's one over here anyways. So I basically want to copy that with what's over here. So additional libraries. We'll be pulling in we won't be doing this bearer token, but we still need the Spotify market. For some reason, we're going to need a Wi-Fi client secure. We're going to need to initialize, the Arduino Spotify library. Except we're not using this one. We are using this one. Just going to pass in nulls for the save and refresh, I think. Back to Arduino. Just paste this here. So took a client, an encoded ID and secret, and then we'll just pass in null and null. Yeah, so that gets us to being in a position to use it. Although I need to, where did my excuse me, get currently playing. I need to do this, set the fingerprint. Set the fingerprint here. Okay, so we've added a new method that probably isn't going to compile, but it is what? It is get auth token. Oops. That returns. No, we need to go back to here. Handle callback. Okay, so we got our code. So we're going to do a get auth token, which takes code as a parameter, although it's a char star. So what's this? C str or something? C string. And the callback URI, although I'm not 100% convinced that'll work. I might need to do a unencoded one. Where did I do this? Here. Is that the correct terminology? C str? Where do we know? String class. I've looked up this like a bazillion times in my life. Yeah, C underscore str should be it, because it doesn't take a string, it takes a C string or char star. Callback URI. Okay, so that should get me my auth token. So which should be that should get me my auth token, which is here, get auth token. So it should have saved my bearer token. So I now should be able to use the bearer token to just go get my currently playing song. If everything worked out the way it should have, which I'm so convinced will not happen. But anyways, print currently playing to serial. I'll just do that. Will we? No, we don't need to. We'll just make it super simple. So we'll print, where are we, filter code. We get currently playing, and then we just want currently playing track name. Just put that in here. Will this compile? I bet not a hope, but let's see. It seems like it's compiling, which is crazy. No. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, sure, that won't work anyways. Okay, so let's, yeah, it'll compile without that though. But I do need to replace that with, I can't use null. Or is null the right thing? So what I'm trying to do here is to just not pass in a reference to these saving things. Alright, thanks James. I just don't want to pass in a reference to these. I thought I could use null. Is it cap? Maybe it's all caps. I was fully sure I used null somewhere else. It's more memory efficient, Malta. So string, it will end up fragmenting your memory if you use it a lot. So it's generally accepted that you should use char arrays instead of string where possible. fully sure I made one of them null at one stage, but does not look to be the case. Sugar lumps. As a, like, you know, more standard app developer or whatever, like, I would love nothing more to use strings because they're way more familiar to me. But yeah, maybe it's just no. I think it is all caps, isn't it? I think so. Let's try all caps. What's the worst that could happen? No, that definitely won't work. Malta, they're definitely more awkward to use. So say, for example, what's this doing? Get auth token is not declared in scope. Oops. Just 1 second, and I'll show you an example of where, like, they're way more awkward to use. So say here, right? I have a thing, an access token that I want to combine with the string bearer, right? Bearer space, right? If this was a string, I could just do string blah equals that plus something else, blah 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 blah, and that works fine. But then when you're using like the char arrays, you need to do sprintf instead. So like this is a placeholder string. So what this is doing is, hey, into this character array, I want you to put this string, but this %s is a placeholder, and anything that comes after the placeholders will be slotted in. So like this should be the blah 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 part, and it will replace %s with this thing. But like you can do multiple placeholders as well. I'm sure I do that somewhere else. Maybe I don't. I must. I don't know. But you can do multiple placeholders at the same time as well. So it's okay. It's just different. Like it takes some getting used to, and I'm not used to it. Like the other thing is like memory management and stuff. I haven't figured that out yet. Invalid const char star to char star. What's it giving out about? What did I do wrong here? Invalid conversion from const char to char star. Or maybe C string is a const char, is it? Can I just do char star? I don't edit it. I'm happy to explain it. I don't know if I'm explaining it right though. But like, so I have some libraries like the Telegram API library that like people complain it can crash. It doesn't like this. Auth token equals refresh token. And I think the biggest problem with it is that like it runs out of heap memory. Like basically if you search for like Arduino string heap memory, you'll see a lot of people saying like this is why this is wrong. Like as far as I know, and this is a really basic understanding of it, like say you want to like create the string supercalifragilistic, which is a big long string, right? Arduino needs to find a slot in heap memory that's that long, right? And the problem is that like if you do, see Andy, like if you do like supercalifragilistic, and then you plus it to supercalifragilistic, right? Now it needs a slot that's like twice that long. And like, which is fine, right? But if you do a lot of small things, what kind of might end up happening is that like, let me show you. Hey Graham, how's it going? This is focus, not really. So say you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 8? Yeah, 8 pieces of memory. Right? And you need to store a string that takes up 1 block, right? So you might come along here and you use that one. And then something else comes along that says, hey, I need, I don't know, 4 blocks. Okay, so you come along and take this 4. Right, and then somebody else comes along and goes, okay, I need 1 block of memory. Alright, cool, you can get that 1 block. Somebody else says, hey, I need 1 block too. I really should be using a different color marker. I'm just going to put a C there. And, right. And then, let's say this gets deleted, this one. Right, so that comes out, and now we have a new block of memory. So we've got 1 here, we've got our big 4 along here. We've got a free space now, so he's free. And we've got our C up here, and then we've got free space there. And then you added like double onto that string, right? Well, he needs to now go, okay, I need to occupy these last 2 places now. So you've got a free slot here, and you have a free slot here. But if you need to allocate like 2 spaces of memory, like this one here, you can't. You're out of heap memory. It's fragmented. Even though you have 2 slots free, they're not together, so you can't use them as a continuous thing. And I'm pretty sure string is just awful for this, especially if you're like appending strings onto each other. So there's some things you can do to make them a little bit better. Like there's a reserve command. So that's like, so instead of going like string like test equals like hi, and then on the next line you do test plus equals my name, right? So like if you did that, you would go from like a small block to like 4 blocks to like 6 blocks to whatever. But what you can do is a string.reserve, and it automatically just goes, hey, I'm gonna need like 50 blocks. So don't bother allocating me like a spot where you see like a single block. That's not going to work for me. But I think in general, you're just best off to avoid them. And that is me explaining something I've very little clue about. This failed again. What happened? Refresh token has no member declared in Spotify class. Ruh-roh. Oh yes, I've one called refresh token and the other called refresh auth. Is that right? Get auth token. I don't know, refresh token seems to make more sense to me, so let's keep that one. CP up there. Sure, no problem. So it's a long time since I looked into it, but I'm pretty sure like Adafruit, I'm after uploading that, that's not what I wanted to do. Cool, it failed anyways. Adafruit had a pretty decent write up on it. Where are you? Refresh token. Let's do as char. So I think this is basically telling Arduino JSON to cast it as a char. Although I think it does as a const, so I need to double cast it somehow. Don't ask me how. Does anyone have anything they're working on at the moment that they'd like to share or talk about? What's going on here? Oops. Yeah, I think that is correct. You're designing PCBs for breakout boards. What are you breaking out? Save auth token. Too many arguments to function. Did I not block that out? Let's get rid of these anyways, because they're null. That's already commented out. I don't think it likes what's going on here. Oh no. An SDR transceiver for HF. What's HF? I should probably read what error message this is saying here. Unexpected token CPP 38.1. Excuse me. There's something wrong. Why do I have semicolons at the end of these? That's not good. High frequency. Okay, cool. What are you doing with the, what is WooCommerce, Gavin? It sounds like a cool name, but I don't know what it does. Okay, we're getting rid of some stuff, but we're still having problems. That's great. Prototype for client char star save refresh token does not match any in class. Should it not match this? Oh, I better swap them around. And I never... Oh, okay. I never made my new one. Which was what? Encoded client secret, blah 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 blah. I'll open that in a second, Mark. Ooh, very nice. So I'm not a Doctor Who fan, but that is a pretty PCB. Who are you gonna get it made with? And by not a Doctor Who fan, I mean like I haven't done anything, or I haven't seen a single Doctor Who in my life. So it would probably help if I copied my changes. Oops. Probably help if I didn't delete my changes. And what would you like it to do, Gavin? Oh, big light. Okay, yeah, that's a great idea. You're working on a breakout for one of the gesture sensors. That sounds like cool, or something cool. Which is a gesture sensor? Your call of overloaded is ambiguous. The candidates are client ID. Oh, let's get rid of this and then it won't be ambiguous. Ah, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I think JLC will be fine for that, Mark. I wouldn't see a problem with them. Again, I made changes, but I never copied them over. Verify. That sounds like it'd be pretty super cool, Gavin. Okay, we're down to one error, which is this one, which is incompatible types of assignment, aka const char to char 100. Okay. I could just do... I could just copy into it, right? No. Well, you can just type it out again, Michael, or copy and paste it back in again. Yeah, I don't promise not to change it. I'm probably will change it. Let's just get ourselves unstuck here. We will save it as somewhere we need to come back to. Yeah. I would just really like to get this working and then go to bed. That's what I would really like to do. It's compiling. Done compiling. Right, so I have to take this off screen now to put the ID and secret in. So have a zoomed in picture of me in a dark room with a fan. Which isn't doing a whole lot, to be honest. Seeing as it's mostly cooling like over there for some reason. Okay, so I need to get my Spotify client, which was over here. Bring me to the dashboard. Oh, it's logged me out. Okay, let's log me back in. Base 64 encode. Base 64 encode. Okay, we got a base 64 encoded string. Slap that on there, and we will upload to the board. What I will do now as well is I will play some Spotify to make sure that it is going to be able to read something. Okay. It's doing something there. Let's get rid of that. So Mark is kindly showing some stuff. Ooh. Is that a single header pin? This thing's tiny. Not sure if it tells the fragmentation. I don't know what... Is that the part you're missing? Like you're saying, did it still not post? I don't know what it is, so I'm not sure if it posted or not. Sure, you can just post it in the Discord. I probably won't read it. Well, I'll probably read it before I go to bed. But yeah, you can definitely just put it in the Discord. Okay, so I programmed the board anyways, so we can do Arduino .local Spotify auth. Now it'll be doing a ton of stuff here, so I'm potentially failing. It died on its rump. It threw an exception. Okay. I don't have the stack decoder. Crap. I wonder where it threw the exception from. Let's add some serial prints, I suppose. See how far it gets. If the bug. Let's print out the body. Let's print out. Well, I don't want to print out the auth because that's my auth. Let's print out the status code. Serial.print status code exceed code. Alright, thanks, Michael. I won't look at it on stream. There should be a link in the description to my Discord. I'm not 100% sure it's there, but I think it should be. Right, so Spotify auth test. Just gonna upload that again. See, I'm not sure about doing Wi-Fi secure clients. Yeah, maybe I can't be doing that while the web server's still running. Maybe you can't do both at once. Just go away with my code. Stop showing my code, browser. Yeah, it's dying before it gets to that point. So that means I'm doing... Well, actually, I never enabled debug. So I just added a load of print statements that I didn't use. So let's change that. Spotify debug equals true. Sorry, I'm being very cautious about my secret. So that's the secret sauce. I'm compiling it again. Should be able to refresh Spotify auth. Okay, so I got a status code 400. Oh, whoops-a-doodles. Whoops-a-doodles. The code I tried to use, let's see where that is now. Oh, I can't show you that. Well, I can show you if I'm very, very secretive about it. So the problem is, just want to make sure everyone's okay. Yeah, here's the problem. I changed code is equal to this just before I send it. So I'm sending the wrong auth token. And now I don't know why that would cause it to crash, but I didn't really handle any rainy day scenarios, so yeah. So I'm just going to remove that line of code there. Hope that solves all the problems. But we will see. We will see. Okay. looks healthier. Still got a 400 code. That doesn't look like it's spelt right. Grant type authorization code. That really doesn't look like it's spelled right. Okay, so we'll have to go back to Spotify, which was docs. Guides. I'll bring it back on screen now in a second. Stop just constantly crashing. What's going on, Spotify? Web API guides, please. There we go. Yes, here we are. Authorization guide, blah, 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 blah. This is why we should have listened to, who was it? Dren, and done it on Postman first. Okay, so I'm happy enough I got my code. That's fine. Then the next part is this part. Yeah, I think I'm putting in semicolons where I shouldn't have them. Is one problem. I'm sure I have loads of problems, but that's definitely one. That is not spelled right. Like, I'm terrible at spelling, but I'm certain that's wrong. Yeah. Code is not percentage %s. So I didn't need to do it as a string literal, but string literal it was. Okay, let's upload it again. Yeah, I should probably like maybe just save the code and then like shut down the web server at that stage. Maybe. Okay, so we're done uploading. Where is my browser? Okay, HTTP web server started. We're going to Arduino local. We click Spotify. Still a status code of 400, so I'd say I am making a mistake somewhere. Yeah, that's quite long. Just one second, just me. How long is this? 337. Really? Okay. This is way too short. No, not this one. This one is way too short. I don't know how it fits in, but it's probably what, well, it could be what causes the crash. I'm still getting a 400. So I need to figure out what has stopped working with this. So let me just look through this. So I have a post request with a command. Let's just check our command is wrong. That would be a good start. Probably why we're getting a 400. Okay, so let's see if that... Well, that definitely couldn't hurt. Whether it fixes the issue or not, who knows? They still haven't fixed that anyways, Gavin, no? It's been a bugbear of yours for a while, if I remember right. Success. They're just positive. They're just like happy. They're success. You successfully sent it. We fumbled all over the place with it, but okay, so I got a status code of 400 back, but it didn't crash this time. Ooh, I never closed the client. So, so it's a bad request. So I'm sending them a bad request. Oh, do you know what's wrong? I send them a 0 for the body length. That was something I fixed in the other one, and I didn't fix in this, or in this, the Slack one. That would make it a bad, sure, I don't even print the data. I pass in the body, but I don't print it. Genius, Brian. Send data here. Yes, apparently you do. I am a genius. We're getting there now. We're getting there. They have actively said they will never fix anything reported by a user, whatever the fault. That seems absolutely nuts. That's nuts. It's absolutely crazy. I wonder would like an integration with Adafruit.io work better than their endpoint directly? I don't know how it would, because I'm sure Adafruit do it behind the scenes, but like, what a strange stance to take. Like, just nah, don't care what you found. We're not gonna fix anything. Only QA is our QA. Still a 400. Do you know what I must make at some... Do you know what I must make at some stage is like a dummy client? Like, as in, I have to do some messing around here to like figure out what it's actually sending. And, you know, I don't know what it is. But, like if I could just pass in a dummy client that just printed to the screen, I would be able to see what was being sent in. And it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal. Like I could print the request to serial out, like so, just replace the calls to client to a serial, and that would work. Yeah, like there's no reason why that wouldn't work. I can't do it on stream because you would see my base 64 encoded authorization, but yeah. Is there anything else I see that I'm doing wrong? The slack one, so I do string length of the body, println, send data here. Change it temporarily. Yeah, that's true. It's not working. I could just change it back and change all the clients to maybe I should just fix Postman. I still need to get the code and stuff. It's a bit of a pain. Well, I have the code here. I could try it in Postman. Maybe I've done the base 64 encoding wrong. That's possible. Oh, like, how much of this do I take literally? Like, I don't know how well you can see that. So I took client ID and client secret, and I base 64 encoded it. Yeah, that might work too, but I guess like it could be useful for more than just me if there was like a stub client, right, that all it did was just print to the screen. Yeah, let's make it work with Postman first. That's what I have, Samuel. Okay, so let's make it work with Postman. Okay, so we got account, Spotify, token, grant type is authorization code spelled wrong. I can go back to the key value editor. Authorization code. I suppose I can show you code. Well, it doesn't matter. You'll see that. Let's see it in a second. So let's do redirect URI. That is some funky Arduino stuff. And then there's an authorization. That's not what I really want to do. I want to do headers. Right, I have to go off screen with this, but I'm gonna put in my base 64 encoded thing here, and I'm gonna put in my code from the last time I ran it on the Arduino there. And we will see how that works out. I close that? 1 second. Send that request to so I got a 400 bad request for invalid client. So my client, however I did my base 64 encoding of the client is wrong. Oh no, I didn't. Hold on. My header, I just did. Yeah, I didn't do basic. Let's try that. Johnny? What you doing? So it's saying invalid client this time, but also saying invalid redirect URI. And then if I break the authorization, it is just saying invalid client. So that's weird. Oh, it's invalid grant. Grant type authorization code. Body grant type authorization code. Okay, so I have the other thing right, but now my authorization code is wrong. Defined, the field must contain the value authorization code. Is the authorization code in quotes? Doesn't seem like that'd be right. No, if I put the wrong authorization, if I put authorization code in, I get an error, unsupported grant type, error description, grant type authorization code is not supported. Okay, it's the invalid URI. So it just, maybe I just pass in HTTP Arduino.local / callback. Still doesn't like my redirect URI. Required. This parameter is used for validation only. The value of the parameter must match the value of the redirect URI supplied when requesting the authorization code. But I am matching it exactly. Yeah, it is. It's the what is wrong? When they send it, it's HTTP. Yeah, so it is the messed up look like mine. Redirect URI redirect. Okay, that's spelled right. This is just not working. Why? Why? Oh, look at this as well. An alternative way to send the client ID in secret is as a request parameter, client ID and client secret in the post body instead of base64 encoding them. So that means I don't need to do base64 encoding, so that's great if I could figure out this redirect URI. It does match exactly. What's going on? What is going on? Maybe my code doesn't match exactly. Okay, let's get it to show up again. Maybe if I like mess up a request, it's like complaining that maybe like my code is no good anymore if I mess up a request. So let me just comment out trying to get the auth token and stuff. Just print code to the web page. Those dang char arrays. I think it's okay. Okay. Alright, so that's my code. Gonna take that to Postman. Paste it in. Click send. A still invalid URI request. When it is 100% the URI I suggested. Spotify API token invalid URI or invalid redirect URI. Okay, let me just check my edit settings. It is /callback. HTTP arduino.local /callback. I don't know why that isn't working. Like, that is literally exactly as I'm doing it. Still saying invalid redirect URI. Maybe I have it spelled wrong. Doesn't look like it. Guys, I'm very confused. See you, Michael. Thanks for joining. I'm so confused. So I'm using Postman. I have everything set up like this, but I'm getting a message back to say I have an invalid URI or redirect URI, which is this parameter here. And it should be the same one that the callback came back to. And I'm trying that exact one, like from my code and from even like the URL here. Like this is literally the exact one I've passed to them. And it still is just saying it's an invalid redirect URI. And I don't know why. I don't know why. No, because I found a few like Stack Overflow things, and you know, people are using localhost redirect URI list in the app settings. Like I have that done. Like http colon / arduino.local / callback / is one of the redirect URIs, and like if I remove that from the settings of the app, it doesn't work. Authentication. The value of the parameter must exactly match. It does. Why are you doing this to me? Yeah, on the Spotify side, I have the slash at the end. I had that problem on one of the last streams, and I added it, and it was fine. I can just add the same without that. But I don't think it'll make a difference. Oops. Arduino.local. Why are you doing this to me? So I click that. Gives me my code. Still ain't working. I can inspect element, edit as HTML. Like there's the redirect URI. HTTP Arduino local. And so I click on that, redirects me to Arduino local. No problems. That's the exact thing I'm using. Yeah. Maybe it doesn't like the Arduino.local thing. Maybe it would be happier with an IP address. I guess that is a possibility. This seems nuts, but anyways, I'll add the IP address. If it'll even take an IP address, it takes an IP address. Spotify auth. Let's go to Postman. The redirect URI is still going to be this Arduino local thing. Unless I change it in the... How do I do... I suppose I can do a get. Like, where does it redirect to if I do the request in Postman? But like the Arduino isn't really involved in the first part. Like the Arduino feeds up a web page that like gets displayed, but you know, it's just a web page. Like this is the redirect URI that gets passed into this is the redirect URI that gets passed in for the first GET request. Like if you use Postman, where like who serves this redirect page? And like what does it? What do we learn from it? There has to be something up with this. Missing the content type. URL encoded. What am I doing? XWW form URL encoded. That's what I'm doing. Application /x W form URL encoded. Well, that's what I'm doing. It expects it encoded because the example on the authorization guide shows it even being passed into curl as encoded. So you're right. Thank you for joining. Remember that the redirect needs to be handled by your app, in particular authorization code. The callback is taken care of by the context of your local host. Like, I've definitely said it, but everybody who has this issue is mainly just... Oh, I tried removing this slash at the end. Well, I wouldn't... Like, what I'm serving up on the ESP is callback slash... And like, it wasn't working for me before when I didn't have that callback slash. I can remove it. Alright, so this is changing the code on the ESP to remove that callback slash. Sorry, yeah, the slash at the end of callback. It's just uploading here. It obviously hasn't kicked off yet, or no, try to go to www.arduino.local. Spotify auth, okay, the callback worked at least. So now let's go to Postman, go to body, update this code, take the percentage to FO at the end. Now it's the exact same thing. content type, URI encoded. Unless I have a bad token, like a bad authorization token, and it's just saying, hey, it's an invalid URI in terms of like, hey, your URI doesn't match your token. But surely it wouldn't match the code first. It has to be based on the token. I don't think it needs to end in callback. Like I did just edit the href and just take out what I want. But if it doesn't match what your settings are on your app, it doesn't work. Like as in I have manually added in a redirect URI on the settings of my app. Like the app I created on Spotify. That is like matches this. Let's try the IP address rather than Arduino.local. Like, what else? Like, what else can I try really? 2F, blah, 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 192, callback. Yeah, so what I'm after doing there is I'm replacing what. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, you could, if you updated it on Spotify, you could then just update it on the URL as well. Right, so if we look down here, so it's now redirect URI is 192.168. It's using /. How is it doing that? Did I add that? I might have done that. Stupid me. But I guess, as you said, I could just fix it here rather than reprogramming it. %2f. And so it worked in some regard. %2f. 192.168.1.13. Still an invalid redirect URI. Oh, you son of a something. It looks fine. Yeah. I don't know. I'm lost. There isn't really, like, there's an ampersand in the get, but it's not in the callback URL. I just don't know. It doesn't make sense. Like, so say, like, this worked, right? And if I go back here and do the same thing, it'll work again and go back. Right, now, if I go into my application dashboard and I remove the IP address one, invalid redirect URI. Right, so I'll add it back in. HTTP 192.168.1.13 / callback. Although I still have that stupid slash in it, so that's a bad test. Let me just reprogram it. Right, so let's go back 192.168. So invalid redirect, you were right. Okay, so now I'm gonna add it back in. So it's now added back in my settings. Now it works. I go to Postman. I take that code that I just got back and paste it in as my code. And then I take the redirect URI as HTTP %3a %2f %2f 192.168.1.13 %2f callback %2f, and I click send, and it says it's an invalid grant. And I just don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. I am just stumped. No, I'm definitely using HTTP in both places. It's a good suggestion, but I have ampersands in the code for that href, and they get converted to @amps. Like I have that in the HTML code, but I guess it gets redirected. I think that's a red herring anyways. Like, I'm getting the code back, but then there's something wrong with the redirect URI when I try and move on to the next stage of it. And I just don't understand what. I suppose I could try out their curl. I don't think I have curl installed, but sure I can install it. Or maybe is curl on the new PowerShell? Yes, it is. Right, sure, let's try their curl. Right, so I need my authorization token. I can't imagine this is going to work any different, but look, I'll try anything. Grant type authorization code. I need code. Need my redirect URI. It's pointless to be copying it from somewhere that isn't working, but I don't know what else I'd type out. Yeah, I don't think curl on PowerShell is actually curl. I think it's kind of a, yeah. Like, so I'll do that trend. I really don't see how that could do anything. Alright, copy link address. Is it? Copy link location. It's like Spotify account. Like it's already taken ampersands here. Hey Tony, thanks a lot for the super chat. Appreciate it. The way things are going here, Tony, I don't know. Might take a while. That's the same. It's the same. Well, like when I copied the URL, it was already changed, right? Copy link location, paste it up here. There's all, like, the ampersands are already back to ampersands. Maybe there's something wrong with what I'm doing here. User read playback state. I don't know if I need sleep or whatever, but I just don't understand how I'm stuck. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me at the moment what's going on. So, to just recap, so we have this part. We've made a request. We've passed in our client ID, response type, your redirect URI, state, and scope, and we can log in. That's fine. And we get this code back. And now we're trying to pass in the client ID, client secret, grant type, code, and redirect URI. And it's saying that the redirect URI is invalid. So I can't show what I'm doing on screen because I can't show you my client secret. But it's saying the redirect URI is invalid. But it's the exact same redirect URI I used here. And I just don't understand what is different. Like, I don't. I'm mind boggled. Like, if you Google it, nearly all the things are like, oh, make sure you add it to your application, and I have it added to my application. So I just don't know. Spotify API token post invalid redirect URI. Parameter name is redirect URI, not redirect URL. So I already have that it's URI and not URL. And I'm definitely spelling it correctly. So this guy's saying, I've registered the app at Spotify. It has proven to work as well because I do get a call back with the code. Yeah. I also just tested with an invalid redirect URI in this call and it would give me an invalid client error instead of an invalid grant. Well, that's something I haven't tried. So what if I literally like give it a bad redirect URI? It's the exact same for me. He had redirect URL. I definitely don't have redirect URL. Redirect. That is 100% spelled correctly. I just don't. Yeah, whitelist URI still returns this. It has to be the same. It is the same. I don't understand. Hey Jim, how's it going? It will be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Like, all right. So like here is my postman. All right, I just won't click onto the tab. Like, I don't know. Like, is it? I literally don't know what else to try. If I change the authorization in the header, like I get a different error. But then, like, so if I change this, I get a different error. If I change this, that'll be hard to put back. So let me just remove this first one, which was a capital A. Invalid authorization code. So these two things are correct. So it has to be this one. Hey Christian, how's it going? So it has to be this one. But I just can't understand. Like, here's my Spotify page. You can see my client ID, but I've hidden the secret. So here's the redirect that should match this one. HTTP :/ 192.168.13. Let me just double check that this matches when I do URL decode, or URI decode, I suppose. Decode. Yep, looks exactly like you'd expect it to. Looks exactly like this. And I just don't understand. I'm been driven crazy. Without URI encoding, like as in just do the, well, like the type of thing that they request is URL encoded. So they're expected an encoded one. Like that's in the docs here. The body of the post request must contain the following parameters encoded in application xwww.form URL encoded. I'm losing my mind. The only thing is if I'm using the code that comes back wrong. No, I'm not. It's fine. Oh my god. But like encoding it a second time. What do you, like is in there's no encoding it a second time. Like is in it can't be changed into other stuff, right? I'll do it. Like I've already done it, but I'll do it again if you'd like. So here's the exact URL that they have. If this works, I'm gonna cry, but oh my god. Why? I've already tried this. Ugh. Bloody hell. Okay, I need to request a new one because you saw an authorization token there. Okay, good job everybody. I was wrong. I'll eat humble pie. Thank you, Postman, for screwing with me for pretty much the last hour. Ugh. Right, I can go back to my Arduino.local one. I'm mad with Postman. Why would you do this to me, Postman? Why? I hate you. Where is it? Good job on being persistent in the face of me being an ass about it too. Okay, let's upload that. But I think I fixed a couple of errors, like problems. I'm also going to stop doing the base 64 encoded at some stage. Like, have I fixed anything else? Spotify. Code, redirect URI. Okay, so I'm doing Arduino.local again. Spotify auth. Oh. Ah. Grr. Percentage 2F at the end. Did we fix anything else in Postman, or have we just been doing that over and over? Oh, I had authorization spelled wrong. Is this all from me spelling authorization wrong? I'll be so mad with myself. Did I fix that? That's fixed now. Authorization code. But even if I get the 400 back, I should just print whatever I get back. I saw it in the Arduino JSON stuff that you could just, like, you should just be able to print documentation. So I would have how to parse the JSON document using the library. So it's deserializing. Isn't it serializing? I just want to. No, it's not serializing. It's deserializing. Isn't it? When you deserialize, I just want to print it. So maybe it's. It's a JSON object. Memory usage. Set size, remove operator. There's a pretty print or something. Serialize a JSON document into a minified. Yeah, so I make a doc and then okay. So I can serialize the JSON. So let's do that. Sorry, I'm not looking at the screen at the moment, but I just want to do this. No, it's just the wrong plus. No, it's the right plus. Else. Guys. Where am I deserializing the JSON? That would probably help. That would probably help immensely. I don't know. If not okay, let me just test Postman one last time. That is the plan, Tony, but it will only need to authorize once, hopefully, or authorize this way using the server once. Then it should be able to reauthorize itself, or at least that is the hope. I don't think I don't need it to print like nicely. I don't think I just need it to print. It probably would be nicer as a pretty print. Maybe I should pretty print it, but pretty print. Okay, so Arduino.local. Click Spotify.auth, gives me a code. I'll bring it over to Postman. Put it into Postman. Arduino.local. Yep, okay, so that's given me my access token back. Right, so let's get this working on the Arduino and we can all go to bed. Okay, so Spotify get auth token. Alright, so we'll just uploading new code there. Oh, shit, I'm still printing code rather than the song. Should probably fix that. Currently playing track name. Ah. Yeah, I probably should like match the Arduino IDE to Visual Studio Code. I prefer Visual, like dark themes, but I kind of don't care a huge amount either. Okay, so it printed nothing, which would make me think that it didn't pass. Still got a 400. Got a status code. Okay, so we're still getting the 400, but I don't. I didn't have my new code for printing the error messages there, so let's try that. Yes. Okay, is that ready? Done uploading. Okay, so back to the Arduino.local, refresh it, Spotify.alt, and in my COM port we got a error message. Only valid bearer authentication supported. Oh, well, that's probably an error message from something else. No, that couldn't be. I just added this. Maybe I just added it to the wrong spot. It's probably serial dot print get all token. Spotify token endpoint API token API.token. Oh. It's a different host. Well, sugar D lumps. Well, that's interesting. Char star host equals Spotify host. I'm sure this will need a different fingerprint too. Fiddlesticks. That is not the word I want to say, but Spotify accounts host. Why Spotify? Why couldn't you use the same host for multiples? Fingerprint of accounts.spotify.com. Is it the same? It is the same, actually. Okay. Oh, sure, they're on the same server. Okay. That's fine. Okay, cool. So I don't need to change the fingerprint. Probably explain why it didn't work, though. It doesn't like something I did there. Must make post request. I didn't actually change this one or any of the whole stuff. Char star host. It's probably all of them. Doesn't like my serialized JSON. What's it saying? Expected a semicolon. Oh. Good job, brain. Okay, so I'm done uploading. Local. Local. Okay, now I'll comport back up. Okay. I have no idea why I didn't play anything or show what's playing there. Maybe I'm not playing anymore. I'm still playing, is it? Doesn't look like it's playing. Where's it playing? If it is playing. But I got a 200 back. So I have a valid code now. No, I didn't save it or anything, but right, what do I want to do now? Closing client. Let's turn this down. Doesn't seem to actually be playing at the moment. Okay, it's playing on my phone now. So let's do it all again. Arduino local. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so it still didn't display right. But it's getting an auth token back. I guess we could add the same crack. I should really make this like a method. Deserialize error or something. You see, I could have broken it when I've changed a ton of stuff here. I get currently playing, takes a market. Prints out the command, that's working okay. It's making a get request, so I haven't really changed the get request, so that oh well, I haven't changed the get request, but I've changed how the bearer token comes in. Haven't I? Yeah, I have. Same for the put, I suppose. Okay. I really should be figuring a way of reusing this code, like as in save it to something, but It's actually pretty fast to do this part of it anyways, so... Probably doesn't have an IP address yet. Spotify auth. Woo! Success! Yay! I'm so tired, but yay! So that is the song that I'm currently playing. I Feel It Too by Twin Atlantic. Okay, so that's... Like, we're in a mess at the moment. But this is good, right? This is a good jumping off point. Right, so the mess we're in at the moment is that we have... So we've made our request. We've got our auth token back. Now, I don't know... So we have a bearer token, and that's working. So we need to... Like, the bearer token needs to be stored in memory, because it only lasts an hour. So there's no real point saving it to spiffs or file storage. You'll just generate a new one when you need it. But what you do want to save to little fs is the refresh token, and we need to implement the request for the refresh token too. We're not going to do that now because it's 1:20. So yeah, we need to... Maybe I should put it down in the README. Correct implementation of OAuths. Implement refresh token, and we also need to implement refresh token paths, implement saving refresh token to persistent. Yeah, I do need to get it. I don't have it at the moment. I suppose there's no time like the present, right? GitHub Markdown preview. What do I need to do anything to open it? View. Icon top right. Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, so implement refresh token path, play pause, implement saving refresh token to persistent memory. Yeah, like I don't think so. I honestly thought we'd get this more finished than we are now, especially seeing as I've been streaming for 4.5 hours and I did not expect to be streaming this long. But I do think that we're fairly close. I think we should also investigate putting client ID and secret in the body. Isn't that where Is that what it said in the body? Where was it? An alternative way to send the client ID is in the post body. Then you don't have to encode them. Because, like, if you could do that, that would, like, way make it easier for people. Yeah, okay, I think that has us in a position that it's not too bad. So I think if we implemented these 3 things, we'd be in good shape. Good shape. Okay, so let's go to source tree. And we'll go to the Spotify API library. Best of luck with the exam, Samuel. Ooh, I haven't added my my changes from my auth test to Spotify. Okay, so well, I guess that's part of save. Yeah, I guess that's part of this, right? Yes, okay, so I'll just add that little bit to the example, and I'll upload it. I don't think anybody's going to be working on this other than me anyway, so it doesn't really matter. People are obviously welcome to, but let's comment that out, put this in here instead. Alright, so like that does need to change, but it'll do for now. Okay, so let's stage all this work. It is going to my auth work branch. Implementing or getting authorization codes. I don't know. Getting tokens back from auth code. Slow going. Okay, guys, it is 1:30 in the morning. It is time to go to bed. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for the suggestions around the Postman thing. I hate Postman. Just throwing that out there. And yeah, appreciate your help. Hopefully we'll probably just need one more stream to do it. Maybe another one to really tidy it up, but yeah, I'm feeling good about it. I might even do some of it without you. Sorry, but yeah, if I get some spare time, I'd really like to jump in on this, so we'll see. Right, thanks everybody. I will see you again, and thank you for watching.